6:12 now. Topping your election 20 headlines, former gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox is running for Congress in Maryland's 6th District.
Cox made the announcement on Facebook yesterday afternoon that he's running to replace David Trone, who will be running for senator in Ben Cardin's open seat next fall.
Cox received 32% of the vote in last year's gubernatorial election.
A new project is bringing hope back to Baltimore's downtown area. Coming up after the break, what the future of Harbor Place looks like.
And Halloween is for everyone, including your pet. Still ahead, simple pet safety tips when it comes to dressing them up for Halloween. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
The Inner Harbor is one of the absolutely greatest assets that any city in the world has.
Well, trending this morning, elected leaders, real estate developers unveil new design plans for Harbor Place.
Right now, the Pratt Street and Light Street pavilions do not appear to be part of the plan. The plan calls for a new residential tower, new promenades, and reimagined open space for people visiting the area.
What we did here universally was that people wanted to love Harbor Place again. We think by making it an active, 24-hour environment with residents and entertainment and food, we'll be able to activate this place, fill it up with people, feed on the streets, and that's our best path forward for making people feel safe.
The redeveloped area of the Inner Harbor is expected to be a $1 billion investment. You can find more information right at our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, taking a live look at the Inner Harbor as temperatures start in the 40s this morning.
But what will it be like tonight when you get out to go trick-or-treating? That usually starts about 6 for most neighborhoods. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with that answer.
Yeah, definitely cooler this morning, but with some of the clouds around, our temps have not dropped as much as they can. And let me tell you, tomorrow morning and especially Thursday morning, those are going to be the coldest mornings we've had in quite some time. We're talking freeze watches Thursday morning, so it's going to end the growing season for a lot of us out there. So let's take a look outside and see what's going on, see if there's any ghouls or whoa. Wow, what's going on out there? I
think we need to know who we need to call. we all know who we need to call.
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, we should, right? Yeah, get that ectoplasma. Yeah. So that's just Harvey and Stan. They're fine. They're harmless. They just like to fly around and check things out. They're excited about the new Inner Harbor stuff. All right, so here's a look at our HD radar. We are seeing just a few light showers for you. You're waking up with some wet weather in Easton, up into Denton right now. So some of you in Talbot and Caroline County still seeing some of that leftover rain. As we get into the day-to-day, most of this is going to stay well to the south of us. So we're dry through the Baltimore region, even down to D.C., a couple of light showers there, but most of us are starting off dry after the rain that we saw last night. That's the frontal passage here. There's a stronger reinforcing cold front that's going to be coming in tonight and into Thursday as well. And that is actually that area of low pressure bringing snow to the Great Lakes. And we may have some bursts of snow in some of the mountains here by early tomorrow morning in western Maryland. So be aware of that. Meanwhile, as the kids head out to the bus stop on your Halloween, beep, beep. Our numbers here into the upper 40s next hour, lower 50s through noontime. And guys, we're only going to get to the mid 50s later today in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So definitely will be chilly. Make sure they have the coats ready to go and the long sleeves and pants underneath those costumes. Low to mid 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. These are your high temperatures for today. A lot of us got into the upper 70s and lower 80s yesterday. So quite a bit of difference with low to mid 50s for you in Bel Air and Aberdeen, up in the Northeast, and Elkton at 53 for your high this afternoon. Now, in terms of Halloween, overall, the Baltimore region, typically we're lower 60s for the day and lower 40s at night. But we've been as hot as 85 degrees back in 1946. And we've actually had snow on Halloween also in the 1920s. It's been a while, but we definitely have had that. Not going to be an issue tonight as those kids trick-or-treat. Oh, there, Harvey and Stan are back again. Look, they showed up in another graphic. All right, so on your trick-or-treat cast, lower 50s here through that 6 o'clock hour, upper 40s in that 7, 8, and 9 o'clock hour this evening. It will be dry for trick-or-treaters with that sun going to bed at 6:07 tonight. Here's a look at our future scan. Again, there's the system passing through. You can see some of those areas here with the blue. That's going to be later tonight and early tomorrow morning where we could get some of those upslope snow showers, but not any snow here, don't worry. And we'll see more of that sun and cooler temperatures, especially later this week. Shout out to Crystal Andrea, and that is Cash. If you look closely, Cash, the dog, dressed up as Chucky. Yeah, that's a terrifying doll. So, Crystal, thank you very much for sending that picture in of Cash. Our Halloween pet pics have been great. We're going to start transitioning to holiday pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, and we'll put those on TV for you. So, we do have a Ravens game this weekend. We'll keep temperatures in the 50s for the next 3 days, lower 60s on Friday, then mid to upper 60s. There's your treat that you will get this weekend with very nice conditions. And don't forget, we fall back. Time change happens Saturday night into Sunday morning. All right, let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good look at mass transit. Happy Halloween, Mark.
Happy Halloween, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, both running 5 minutes late. The other trains look good for your commute start. Light Rail Link has a delay, though. It's running about 10 to 15 minutes late in both directions of that service. A lot of time for travel on light rail. Metro Subway, if that's your ride, no delays. Looking good in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
We're asking all the tough questions when it comes to the FBI raid on safe streets. How city leaders are responding to those questions. We've got that just ahead.
Baltimore's top prosecutor is frustrated with the state's current juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we'll take a look at how Ivan Bates plans to address the issue in the upcoming legislative session.
Well, take a look at this. California artist is ready for trick-or-treaters this year. In fact, look, his driveway is filled with more than 250 perfectly carved pumpkins. The pumpkins are fake. They're actually made out of styrofoam, and each one takes a good 3 to 4 hours to create.
You zone out. It's meditation. You zone out. You just forget about everything else. Any artist will tell you that. You're just concentrating so hard on your stuff that you aren't thinking of anything, and that's the fun of it.
Videos of his carvings have gone viral with more than 3.5 million views.
They're impressive. You're going to see all kinds of costumes walking down the block tonight, and some of the most elaborate will be on 4 legs.
Theron Zahn with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle shows us what you need to know about pet costumes.
The only way some pets could be cuter is if they're in a Halloween costume, and some pet owners spend big bucks to make their pets the talk of the block. According to the National Retail Federation, Americans are expected to spend $700 million this year on costumes for their pets. There are some tips and warnings about pet costumes pet parents need to know from the Humane Society for Tacoma and Pierce County. Make sure your pet is comfortable in the costume and can freely move around. When they have the costume on, keep checking to make sure they're not overheated. Plus, avoid costumes with pieces that could become a choking hazard. Other Halloween tips: remember that trick-or-treaters coming to your door changes the typical sights and sounds your pet is used to and could cause them stress. And don't give your pet a chance to sneak a treat from the candy bowl. Chocolate is toxic to animals, according to the Humane Society, along with xylitol, which is found in sugar-free treats. In case you're still deciding on a costume for your pet, the Retail Federation says the most popular costumes for pets: a bumblebee, you see cute ones of all sizes; a hot dog is an obvious and popular choice for pups; and the most popular costume for pets, a pumpkin. Theron Zahn, KOMO News.
Some adorable babies all dressed up for their very first Halloween at the University of Maryland Children's Hospital New Bern Intensive Care Unit.
Look at these. Okay, top left, that's a little doctor there. Next to him, you've got a fairy. Then on the bottom left, you've got a Hershey's Kiss. Oh, and then on the bottom right, triplets dressed as a triple threat: Batman, Robin, and Superman. They are precious.
Yeah, those are great. Robin didn't look too happy, but we are seeing how you're getting into the Halloween spirit. Christina sent us this one of Coco Chanel dressed up as Wonder Pup. She's ready to save the day.
Superheroes to royalty. Melissa sent us this one of her cat, Lord Leal, in the Halloween spirit with a very royal costume. So thank you so much for chiming in that picture.
And we want to see how you are celebrating Halloween. It doesn't have to just be with infants and pets. Adults, you can send them in too. Make sure you send us your pictures and videos by scanning the QR code you see right there on your screen. Do it now or by heading over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
We will be under partly cloudy skies with temperatures in the 50s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will have your Halloween forecast. That's still ahead.
Texas Rangers leading the World Series, 2 wins against the Arizona Diamondbacks, 1 win. Still ahead, what the Rangers need to do to continue their dominance in this series. 627, you're watching Fox 45. Morning news, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Halloween Tuesday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders. God bless you, Megan.
Bless you again, Megan. All right, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and look at this forecast, especially for trick-or-treaters tonight.
Yeah, but 12 hours from now or so, we know those streets are going to be crawling with kids looking for the candy in your neighborhoods, trunk or treats, all sorts of fun things going on today. And it is definitely cooler already this morning as we make your way outside right now. Still an hour away from the sun coming up. This is our Towson shot right now. We did have that rain that fell last night, but temperatures are definitely cooler. Mid to upper 40s here for Owings Mills and Cockeysville right now, 47 in Rosedale, 48 Essex and Middle River. Some of us about 10 to 12 degrees cooler than just 24 hours ago. So you're definitely feeling that blast of cooler air. On your morning drive, we'll keep those temps in the upper 40s and lower 50s. Mr. Bose says we're good to go and dry on the roadways. But the next 3 days, 57 today, that's going to be quite a bit different than where we ended up yesterday afternoon. And then we're actually cooler on Wednesday and Thursday with highs only in the mid-50s. So this cool down, it's not going to be lasting for a long time. We'll take a look at some of those treats that you may like to enjoy, especially in terms of numbers, coming up this weekend.
This morning in a city in crisis, we have an update to the recent triple shooting outside of Carver Vocational High School in Baltimore.
Newly obtained charging documents show parents may have instigated the fight that led to shots fired Friday morning.
Police say one of the 15-year-old boys and his parents drove from a house on Bradish Avenue to the school. They then approached a group of young people. That's when police tell us the son pistol whipped an unknown juvenile, then approached another 15-year-old boy who pulled his own gun. Both boys then began shooting.
City Councilman James Torrance, who represents that district where the shooting happened, was at the school moments after the shooting. He spoke to the situation at City Hall Monday.
It's unacceptable because we have systems in place at Baltimore City Public Schools to resolve conflicts. In addition to that, you're an adult. Just period. You're an adult who has to make sure that you make wise decisions to protect your child.
According to online court records, the parents are in jail. The two 15-year-olds are facing attempted murder charges.
Juvenile violence is a trend that we have seen around the state this year. Many are frustrated by lawmakers who say current juvenile justice laws are leaving their hands tied. Olivia Danch joining us live this morning with a look at how City State's Attorney Ivan Bates plans to address the ongoing issue during the 2024 legislative session. Olivia.
Well, Tom, we know that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has complained about Maryland's current juvenile justice laws, and now he is encouraging citizens to call their lawmakers. Take a listen to what he said.
They're wreaking havoc in our neighborhood. Still our kids though. But we have to be adults here in the room, and we have to hold them accountable. So I'm going to be asking something from all of you as well. I'm going to ask your help. If you believe in my legislative agenda, and you believe that we need to do something with the juveniles, I'm going to ask you to sit down, whether it's write a letter, I'm going to make sure we get a bus, come down to Annapolis, and say that, speak. And the reason I say that is because people hear from me, but they also need to hear from you.
In 2024, Bates plans to ask lawmakers to tweak the current juvenile justice laws. He wants state's attorneys to have more of a say in handling juvenile offenders. Yesterday, Bates again raised concerns about juvenile crime, especially teens who are repeat offenders. He also raised concerns about a lack of programs within the Department of Juvenile Services and the importance of holding teens accountable.
I'm not saying we just need to lock them up, but what I am saying is we have to hold them accountable. And sometimes accountability may be that we sit you down and then we put you in a specific program.
In the past, Bates has said the current juvenile justice laws have good intentions, but unfortunately, kids have just taken advantage of them. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how lawmakers respond when Bates pleads his case in this upcoming legislative session. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, scrutiny is growing over Safe Streets, Baltimore's violence intervention program. It has been less than a week since the FBI raided Safe Streets' office in Bel Air, Edison, yet the federal probe seems to be having little impact on the faithful at City Hall. Taylor Stewart joins us live with the accountability concerns that Fox 45 News took directly to the Baltimore City Council. Taylor.
That's right. Monday night at City Hall, Safe Streets was not on the agenda, but certainly was on the minds of many people. It's since been 5 days since the FBI swarmed the Bel Air Edison location, that's Safe Streets office, and the two employees, the homes of the employees at LifeBridge. That's one of the nonprofits that oversees the program. We've been asking viewers if they think it's time for a top-to-down audit of the multi-million-dollar tax-funded violence intervention program. And we wanted to know if this investigation has swayed confidence in the city. Some on city council say yes, this latest investigation, which is not the first, is a clear example of the need for more oversight. Take a listen to how your district leaders responded.
It clearly lacks the hands-on oversight from the city of Baltimore.
For me, I do want to see an audit of the program. I do want to make sure that it is as well run as is humanly possible.
I don't think we suspend the whole program.
As the federal probe grows deeper, Councilwoman Odette Ramos says it is time to tighten the grip on every arm of city government. But so far, not a single council member has called for a complete shutdown of this program altogether. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Mayor Brandon Scott is being transparent about the Safe Streets program? So far, 97% of those who have responded voted no. You can weigh in by making your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
6:36 now. We find out this morning how much more companies are paying employees as the quarterly employment cost index report drops.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the early predictions. Megan.
Yeah, something we all care about, guys, as our paychecks come in. The report is expected out at 8:30 this morning. Wall Street predicting employment costs to rise, take a look, 1% for the July to September timeframe. Again, just early predictions there. This index, it measures the change in labor costs to employers over time, and it does include both the cost of wages and benefits. We know many workers are still waiting for their wages to kind of catch up with inflation, and that might not happen until late next year. Now, also a little later this morning at 10 a.m., we're going to get a report on how Americans are feeling about the economy right now. It's expected to show confidence fell again for October after a bigger than expected drop in September. But we're going to be watching closest for how Americans feel about the future. That's what matters. The data fell to 73 points in September. And just to give you an idea, historically, readings below 80 for future expectations signal a recession within a year. Not great news, but we're going to keep you posted to see what actually happens right here from our live center as these reports drop this morning. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Jury selection in the federal trial for Marilyn Mosby begins today, topping our next half hour when we could expect opening statements.
And be sure to grab a jacket because it will be a chilly morning. Still ahead, what trick-or-treaters can expect for tonight. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Here's a burst of fall graupel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Graupel is sometimes mistaken for hail, but the soft pellets form when snow and supercooled water combine in a cloud. And magnificent photos of the weekend hunter's moon are still coming in. This view from New Jersey.
Listen to Off the Radar, new episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
An update for you this morning. An investigation is underway into a large fire broke out in the historic Uplands mansion in West Baltimore.
It began around 5:30 yesterday. Fire officials say reports of smoke led them to the mansion. Nearly 100 firefighters responded. The mansion has been unoccupied for several years.
It's been nearly a week since Republicans elected a new Speaker of the House. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, the impact on the shift in leadership.
The Baltimore County Schools' new superintendent and other high-ranking officials are facing questions over a lawsuit. Still ahead, how a trial could impact your child's education. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
.644 and in your morning rush, jury selection in the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby begins today. Olivia Dan joining us live this morning. Olivia, what can you tell us on what we should expect on this trial over the next coming days or even weeks?
Yeah, Tom, so that's exactly right. Jury selection is starting this morning, and it's expected to take 2 days. So opening statements will likely begin on Thursday. The trial itself, though, is not taking place here at the federal courthouse in Baltimore. Instead, it will be at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt after Marilyn Mosby's team successfully sought a change of venue. Again, though, opening statements should start on Thursday, and prosecutors will likely need about 3 days for their case. The defense says it will need between 2 and 3 days. Court, though, will not be in session on Friday, so trial could last into the 3rd week of November. If you remember, the former Baltimore City State's attorney is facing 4 federal charges, 2 for perjury and 2 for making false statements on a loan application. There will be 2 trials on both sets of charges. The first trial will focus on those perjury charges. And coming up in just about 15 minutes, I'll explain each one of the charges and also if we could expect Mosby herself to take the stand at some point during trial. Back to you.
This morning, in a city in crisis, we are learning the FBI conducted 15 raids connected to the city's Safe Streets program. Taylor Schuett is live with what we know so far and how city leaders are reacting to the investigation. Taylor.
Look, we just obtained the new search warrant for the supervisor of the Safe Streets location at the center of those FBI raids. Now, in the wake of this probe, we took your questions to the people who've greenlighted this program, City Council. Stick with us at 7 because we're going to share the council's response and what exactly is in this search warrant. As you said, 16 different raids, so it's a lot going on here in this investigation. We'll keep you up to date.
6:46 on this Halloween morning. We need to find out exactly how chilly it's going to get.
I'm afraid to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Because you've been pulling out a lot of tricks and things today.
I don't know why. Hey, today's National Caramel Apple Day, or caramel apple.
Caramel, yeah.
Caramel.
Do you guys like those?
I do.
I like the idea of them.
Yeah.
I like the first few bites, and then I don't like the end.
It's too much, right?
Right.
A little too much. All right. Well, there's going to be a lot of candy tonight. We all know that. Probably have some tomorrow and maybe the rest of this week. And I don't know how long it's going to last, actually, in this studio with the people that work here. But our Towson cam, a good morning to all of you. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, we do have some cloud cover hanging around. This is preventing us from getting as spookily cold as we could be right now. Now, tomorrow morning and especially on Thursday morning, we're going to have some very cold conditions or cold temperatures. It's only in the upper 40s right now, which is still cooler than yesterday by about 10 degrees. And we still have that north wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour, so making it feel like we're in the mid 40s. Make sure you and the kids bundle up before you head out. A freaky forecast here, creepily cooler on Tuesday, where we are low average. And we do have some tricks here to talk about over the next few days, but the treats at the end of the week and into the weekend are going to be pretty good. So there we go. Got to watch out. Our HD radar. We have a couple of light showers there for Easton out through Denton right now. Just some of that leftover rain. Most of this is going to stay well to the south of Baltimore and Washington. Down into the eastern shore, we'll have our best chance. Southern Maryland getting some of that leftover rain later today behind this cold front. This is our next weather maker. We actually are seeing some snow in parts of the Great Lakes region, and we could get a blast of some snow in some of the mountains as we get into early tomorrow morning. Upper 40s here for the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. Enjoy some coffee and breakfast. Sun comes up at 7:33, and important to note that sunset tonight at 6:07. Also, notice these times. Remember, next week we fall back, so we'll get earlier sunrises, but also earlier sunsets, so those daylight hours get shorter. Reisterstown, 10 o'clock this morning, we'll be in those lower 50s and mid to upper 50s as we take you into the afternoon, right about 56 here by 2 p.m. Numbers hanging in the 50s in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. So definitely cooler than yesterday. And where we typically are is 63 for the end of October. Nowhere near that. A lot of us in the low to mid 50s for the eastern shore, up and down the Chesapeake and along the 95 corridor, keeping those mainly 50s around. So on your trick or treat cast, if you are heading out here tonight with the kiddos, 52 by 6 p.m., upper 40s through 7 into the 8 o'clock hour. We'll still hang into those mid to upper 40s as well. And overall, we do stay mainly dry. Any of those showers are well to the south of us here today. This is what I was talking about early tomorrow morning. Some of those areas in blue right along the mountains and in western Maryland could see a little bit of those snowflakes flying, but we're not expecting any of that here at home. Shout out to Sarah M. If you look closely, that is TJ the doggy as Baby Groot. Love that Halloween pet pick. Thank you very much, Sarah, for sending those in. I've been getting some great ones. I appreciate it on our Chime In section of our website. Now we got to shift to holiday picks and start thinking about dressing up the pets for that. We've got 50s for the next 3 days, guys. A frosty start, especially on Thursday morning, where we'll be in the 30s, but 62 on Friday and upper 60s this weekend. Saturday and Sunday look to be some very nice days. Ravens game Sunday afternoon looks great. And again, don't forget, we do fall back this weekend, Tom, so got to set those clocks back when you go to bed Saturday night.
Great reminder. Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And we do have an incident that's happening on the Bay Bridge eastbound. You can see the yellow and the red right there. One of the traffic lanes is closed right after the construction zone. So it's past that. It just says other, and the cameras aren't showing exactly what it is, but there is a delay there if you're heading eastbound on the Bay Bridge. The accident that happened in Towson with 3 vehicles on 695's outer loop has been cleared. There's just one officer sitting there with an abandoned car, it looks like, now waiting for a tow.
The road through postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
After 2 games of the World Series, we learned the series is even, but the Diamondbacks should be up 2-0, and Arizona looks unstoppable. But what the Rangers do have going for them this season, after being about .500 in the regular season on the road, they've won every single road postseason game this October. A perfect 8-0 between Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and Houston. And that perfect road October record continued last night in Game 3 at Arizona. Rangers using the third to get all the runs needed. Marcus Semien, RBI.
World Series. You can watch Game 4 tonight, right here, starting with pre-game coverage at 7 p.m. First pitch just after 8 o'clock.
Your candy bag isn't the only thing getting a boost this Halloween. Still ahead, what law enforcement is doing to keep kids safe and secure Halloween night.
Explore a frightening world of scares at Maryland's #1 haunted event. The short amount of time you have to visit Legends of the Fog before the season is over.
Mondays are normally what I would call Legends of the Fog, but it's the one that sneaks up on you Tuesday mornings. That's really when you're going, okay.
You need some caffeine?
Yes, get out of this Legend of the Fog right now.
Coffee House sounds better than that place. I'm scared. Oh, today is Halloween, and it's also the last day of October. But for millions of Americans, it is going to feel like December.
Yeah, a chilly blast from the north blanketing much of the U.S. is Halloween, making temperatures fall to some scary levels for trick-or-treaters this year. For example, temperatures were in the 80s in Philadelphia this weekend, but they'll reach a low 50s today.
Cooler than usual weather will also be seen in Atlanta, New Orleans, Dallas. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on this coming up in his full weather authority forecast. We're feeling that too.
This morning, some pediatric doctors have advice for parents on how to deal with treats in a healthy way.
Dr. Reza Ardalan says parents shouldn't feel guilty after their kids eat candy most of the day, as long as this doesn't become a frequent habit.
Dr. Ardalan says that recommends parents add sugar-free gum in their children's trick-or-treat bags. And he says that chewing produces saliva, which helps clean teeth and then reduce cravings for more sugary snacks. Well, in Texas, law enforcement officers plan to stay busy tonight in order to keep kids safe.
Stephanie Esquivel from our Sinclair sister station in San Antonio has more on the department's plans for Halloween night.
Wear high visibility items such as glow sticks, blinking lights, a traffic vest, reflective attire, in that, and carry a flashlight and never trick or treat alone.
The San Antonio Police Department isn't just urging parents to take additional safety measures on Halloween night. They're increasing patrols to keep kids safe.
They're out there to make sure that the law-abiding community feels safe and secure knowing that we're present. But again, we're absolutely there to hold people accountable. So if people make bad decisions and do things that put others at risk, they'll be going to jail that night.
The Bexar County Sheriff's Office is also stepping up patrols and keeping tabs on those on the sex offender registry.
We will have our sex offender registry unit, and they will be augmented by other plainclothes operatives from within the agency, and they'll be monitoring the sex offenders that are registered with us.
Some parents tell us that they have a general idea of what neighbors are on that sex offender registry and where they live.
My grandpa checks the registry list before we move anywhere, so we always know if there's people around and we stay away from them.
SAPD officials say officers will also be monitoring the roadways.
We do caution people just to be careful with drunk drivers all through the night. Please be responsible, find a sober ride, and get home safely.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says his team will be keeping an eye on teenagers wanting to pull Halloween pranks.
We're asking teens to be mindful of your actions. You could actually be causing pretty substantial property damage on the light end of things. You could cause somebody's death on the far end of things.
Even though today is the official date for Halloween, that hasn't stopped people across the U.S. from getting an early start on spooky festivities.
Check this out. Sunday, the coastal community of Morro Bay, California, wore witch and warlock costumes, ditched the brooms for paddleboards and kayaks. See all those little dots in the water? That's people. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we okay. Yeah. I was going to say, because otherwise that just looked beautiful. All right, well, this annual event is free, and it's open to whoever would like to participate or just come out and watch. The Witch's Paddle started in 2013 as a birthday celebration with a group of about 20 people. It has now grown into an event that attracts hundreds.
Moving a bit closer to home, some of you have been chiming in your Halloween photos leading up to today. Valerie from Davidsonville sent us this picture of Marshmallow, a Scottish Highland cow, get it out. According to Valerie, Marshmallow loves pumpkins. What a great shot.
Robin from Habit of Grace sent us this picture of her dog Elsa dressed up as baby
Halloween photos leading up to today. Valerie from Davidsonville sent us this picture of Marshmallow, a Scottish Highland cow, get it out. According to Valerie, Marshmallow loves pumpkins. What a great shot.
Robin from Habit of Grace sent us this picture of her dog Elsa dressed up as Baby Shark.
9/11. Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas.
Just yesterday, Hamas releasing a video showing several women it abducted during the October 7th attacks, proposing a possible trade. Hamas, we know, snatched more than 200 people that day. So far, only 4 have been released, and sadly, we do know that one German woman has been killed. Still some hope here this morning as Israeli Defense Forces make their first hostage rescue. Take a look here. This actually just being posted here by them here. Ori Megadish here. She is the woman that you see right there in the center of the photo, waking up with her family here this morning after IDF forces rescued her from Hamas. Taking you live now to the White House here as the Biden administration prepares for the possibility that this war will expand across the Middle East. It is now making sure that the U.S. has adequate forces in that region. Live now to Capitol Hill, where House Republicans just unveiled a $14.3 billion aid package for Israel yesterday. But a lot of work there needs to be done on Capitol Hill because to pay for it, there needs to be cuts elsewhere, possibly from President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which we know will likely turn off most Democrats. What we do know for sure is that the House Rules Committee is expected to take up this legislation here tomorrow. Something else I want to make you guys aware of, breaking here this morning, getting word from the Pentagon that Iran-backed forces have now attacked U.S. positions and allies. You can see 23 times in the past 2 weeks, highlighted in that section there. The Pentagon adding that a U.S. military response will happen, quote, at a time and place of our choosing. That is the very latest from our live center here this morning. Patrice.
Well, Fox 45 is partnering with Magen David Adom for Sinclair Cares, humanitarian relief for Israel. The Red Cross affiliate is providing emergency medical aid for people in Israel. To help, you can scan the QR code on your screen or go to sinclaircares.com.
This morning in a city in crisis, we are learning the FBI conducted 15 raids Thursday connected to the Safe Streets program, but the details of those searches are still unclear. Since the raid, the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location now inactive. 3 employees at that site have been placed on leave and a supervisor facing criminal charges after his home was raided. This comes as Fox 45 News continues demanding transparency surrounding this program.
Anytime you see the FBI raid a site, that is obviously of deep concern.
You know, every place where there's public money, you know, needs to have audits.
Well, now Fox 45 News is questioning Mayor Brandon Scott about the program's future. Taylor Stewart joins us live with how city leaders are responding to renewed accountability concerns and also more on what the FBI recovered from the program's Bel Air location. Taylor.
That's right. We just obtained a search warrant for David Caldwell. He's the supervisor for the Bel Air Edison location. In it, it says federal investigators seized a magazine with 9 live rounds, drug packaging material, yet very few city leaders seem to think it's time to shut this program down entirely. Mayor Brandon Scott saying mostly quiet here, only issuing a statement pledging to cooperate with federal investigators. And City Council President Nick Mosby saying this.
Very concerned and extremely troubling.
I think that there needs to be more transparency from the city about who these employees are, not just at this location, but at all of them, given what we're learning from the federal government about the possibility of illegal activity.
Well, you know, personnel matters happen.
The Safe Streets site's managed by LifeBridge Health, and LifeBridge confirmed that 3 of their employees are now on leave in the wake of this federal probe. Take a look at the questions we sent them. One question, is LifeBridge currently investigating other Safe Streets sites and employees? When did LifeBridge first find out about this FBI investigation? And will they commit to releasing the names of these employees? LifeBridge telling Fox 45 News the names of those 3 employees who do work at that Bel Air Edison location that is shut down will not be released. But verbal comment from the mayor, we've yet to hear that, and no response to our questions. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
With the scrutiny growing over the Safe Streets program, Fox 45 News took to City Hall, asking council members what move city leaders plan to do next. Take a listen to how your elected leaders responded.
It clearly lacks the hands-on oversight from the city of Baltimore.
For me, I do want to see an audit of the program. I do want to make sure that it is as well run as is humanly possible.
I don't think we suspend the whole program.
Well, as the federal probe grows deeper, Councilwoman Odette Ramos, you just heard at the end there, says it's time to tighten the grip on every arm of city government. So far, no one at City Hall has called for a complete shutdown of the program altogether.
Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets for years. We are demanding answers about how the program spends taxpayer dollars and how it keeps track of the ex-convicts it employs. You can find all of our previous reporting on foxbaltimore.com. Today, jury selection begins nearly 2 years after former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby was federally indicted.
This comes after 3 delays and a successful request to move the trial out of Baltimore City. Olivia Dance live this morning with a look at what we can expect from Mosby's week in court. Olivia?
Patrice, that's right. Jury selection is starting this morning and is expected to take 2 days. So opening statements will likely begin on Thursday. The trial, though, is not taking place here at the federal courthouse in Baltimore. Instead, it will be at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt. After Marilyn Mosby's team successfully sought a change of venue, her team cites significant media coverage of Mosby and the trial proceedings and commissioned a survey that revealed 45% of city residents believe Mosby is somewhat or very corrupt, compared to this 26% over in Greenbelt. The former Baltimore City State's attorney is facing 4 federal charges, 2 for perjury and 2 for making false statements on a loan application. Prosecutors say she checked the box, claiming she suffered financial hardship from the COVID pandemic. They say she took out thousands of dollars from her city retirement account without having to pay a penalty. Prosecutors say she did not suffer any financial hardship because her salary actually increased in 2020. They also say she used the money to pay for 2 vacation homes in Florida. And they say she lied on the mortgage applications for those homes and didn't disclose a tax lien on her home here in Baltimore. There will be 2 trials on both sets of charges. The first trial will focus on those perjury charges. Mosby herself has said that she's innocent of all the charges.
I am innocent of the charges that have been levied against me, and I intend to fight with every ounce of energy within my being to prove my innocence and to clear my name.
Again, jury selection begins today, with opening statements likely to start on Thursday. Prosecutors will likely need about 3 days for their case. The defense says it will need between 2 and 3 days. Court will not be in session on Fridays, though, so Tom and Patrice, the trial could last into the 3rd week of November. Back to you.
Now, Olivia, has either side given any indication about who may be called as a witness?
No, Tom, so the witness list has not been made public yet, but based on previous court filings, it's possible that Mosby herself could take the stand at some point during trial. Of course, we'll have full coverage every day of the trial, and you can get those updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Baltimore County's new superintendent facing questions over a lawsuit. Fox 45 News, Project Baltimore examines allegations of wrongful termination and nepotism and the impact it could have on your child's education.
Changes are happening within Congress. After the break, we'll learn more about the new House Speaker, plus a veteran representative who is not seeking re-election. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. 7:15, changes in Congress. The House finally gets a new speaker and tries to move forward with business. Meanwhile, a veteran representative is leaving Congress. John Sarbanes says he will not seek a 10th term. Political analyst John Dede is joining us with a look at all that's going on. Good morning, John. Happy Halloween.
Good morning.
All right, so Sarbanes just announced last week that he is done. After 18 years, he's not seeking a 10th term. What will be the impact of him leaving?
I think what it's going to do is it's going to open up this seat for a lot of people. Congressional seats don't come up often. I think you're going to see a lot of state delegates jump into this because they're not up for re-election, so they don't have to give up a seat. Sarah Elfridge, Don Guile, have been talked about. Vanessa Atterbury has been talked about. I mean, these type of people. And I think it's important to think about electing a woman to these offices because Maryland's congressional delegation hasn't had a woman represent them in Congress in almost 7 years. So I think that that's going to play well into possibly one of those candidates actually getting elected.
Howard County Executive Calvin Ball wouldn't like hearing that they should put a woman there because he was on the show yesterday and he mentioned that that's a possibility for him.
I think he's definitely going to run. You know, he's basically said everything but I'm running. He would be a very strong, formidable candidate because he's already been elected twice in Howard County. Howard County has a large population. Lots of Democrats have moved to Howard County, and you need Democrats in a Democratic primary.
All right, so let's switch gears and talk about the House finally having a speaker. What do you think of Mike Johnson and the impact that he will have on the work that is being done? Starting with, we're already seeing him weigh in on the foreign aid, breaking up the Ukraine-Israel aid, and then we've still got that government shutdown looming.
I think he's going to be tested by what happens with the government shutdown if it occurs. I mean, right now he's talking about let's get rid of the money that was spent in the Biden Inflation Reduction Act and use it for Israel. A lot of people are saying we can't do that. The Senate is very different than the House as far as what the Senate wants to do, and that's Republicans. They want to bundle the Ukraine and Israeli aid together. This is going to be a first big test of his leadership. And the thing is this, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. If this doesn't work out well and the shutdown occurs, I think he'll end up getting most of the blame, and that's not going to help Republicans.
Is he just as vulnerable as McCarthy was? I mean, one wrong step and, you know, see you later?
I think right now, because of the weariness Republicans had going through this entire finding a new speaker, I think basically they're all in on Johnson, and they're going to say, basically, we got to ride or die with him because we can't keep looking ridiculous, picking new speakers whenever we have a little tizzy fit.
All right. Good point there. John, thank you.
You're welcome.
7:18 is the time of this Halloween morning. And of course, we need to find out really Halloween night how much you need to put on for the costume.
I know. If they would just go along with having Halloween trick-or-treating the Saturday before Halloween, we would have had beautiful weather. Now we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about much, much cooler temperatures.
Yeah, but you know what? It's the end of October. I mean, this is where we are this time of year. Sometimes we've had snow on Halloween before, so don't forget about that. We're not going to see that tonight. If you remember last year, we had rain, so we are going to be dry even though we're cooler today. Whoa, oh, there they are. Harvey and Stan are back. Look at that, just kind of flying around the inner harbor. So if you see them, notice they try to chase each other and try to one-up each other. My godson Cam loves the ghosts, so we're going to keep them going this morning. Hey, by the way, it is Tuesday, so it's Hump Day Eve, the last day of October. We got our time change coming up this weekend, Ravens game, and right now, still a few leftover showers for some of you out toward the eastern shore. This rain will all stay in southern Maryland today, so if you're traveling down to the eastern shore later this afternoon or evening, excuse me, or anywhere in southern Maryland, that'll be the best chance of getting any rain, as we're going to stay mainly dry for the afternoon and evening. But we are tracking our next weather maker. There's some snow brewing in the Great Lakes region, and some of that may make a run at some of the mountains in western Maryland as early as tomorrow morning. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep on this Halloween morning, upper 40s this hour. We're in the lower 50s by noontime, and we're only going to make it to the low to mid and maybe upper 50s by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. We actually hit 81 yesterday, just 2 degrees shy of our record. It happened around noon, and then those temperatures came down as that front came through. So golfers hitting the links today on your forecast. I'll tell you one thing that's scary. my golf game. So that's not fun at all. Lower 50s here into the noon hour. We'll see those numbers climb to the mid to upper 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Not much wind out there today, golfers. Will be vastly different tomorrow as that wind will start to kick up. 63 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the low to mid 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your afternoon highs today. And up and down the 95 corridor, we'll keep those 50s going for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. 49 in Cumberland, Western Maryland, one of the cooler spots. This is what I was talking about. We've had snow. The snowiest Halloween ever was just about a 1/10 of an inch back in 1925, but it's also been as hot as 85 degrees and it's been as cold as 25 degrees. So the average of 62 and 43, yes, we're below average today, but overall tonight, yep, there they are again. On our trick or treat cast, lower 50s here by 6 p.m. as the kids head out, upper 40s into the 7 o'clock hour, mid 40s in the 8 o'clock hour as well. So yes, it will be chilly, but we're going to be dry, and notice that sunset at 6:07 tonight. Here's a look at our future scan. So the rain moves out of here early tomorrow morning. Some pockets of blue right there in Western Maryland. Some of the models want to make a little run right there in the Maryland and PA line. So maybe a flake or two flying. Maybe Tom Snowblower can finally get some action. And then as we get into Wednesday afternoon, we'll see drier and breezy conditions. Thursday and Friday, we start to regulate those temperatures. It actually will be nicer as we head toward the end of the week. Hey, look at this. Another Chucky outfit from Cloud the Cat. That's right. Tiffany and Dean in Forest Hill sent me this picture with Chucky the cat, or Cloud. So thank you very much, Tiffany and Dean. Always appreciate that, and appreciate you sending those pet pics at jcchambers.foxbaltimore.com. So 50s today, tomorrow, and Thursday. A frosty start Thursday morning. The coldest mornings we've had in a while. We're back to the lower 60s Friday. And guys, this weekend, we're talking mid to upper 60s. Saturday and Sunday looks great for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Don't forget, Patrice, we fall back on Saturday night with the time change.
I'm looking forward to that. All right, looking at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now, volume picking up this morning. Backups on 695 heading towards 795 and 83. On the other side of the Beltway, 695 at Harford Road, it's moving slow through there, but no incident to report. So just make sure you get up and out early if either of those are your routes.
Halloween means it's the most wonderful time for fear. Still ahead, the health benefits of being scared out of your mind.
There are none.
I'm at Legends of the Fog this morning, and they're not open today. It's like a ghost town, no pun intended. Nobody's around. I'm walking around. I don't see anything, so I guess they're all gone away. Ah! Ah!
7:25. Some say the spirits are roaming around on Halloween.
Mark Clark. Some might say our own Fox 45 spirit is live at Legends of the Fog with all of their spooky plans.
I don't like it, Mark.
No, it's okay. We have the man, the booger with the sugar, the head honcho, the head ghoul here at Legends of the Fog. Man, so this is, you guys, another exciting season.
We've been doing this for 17 years, and we are not tired of it. So
I love it.
We're having a great time.
Not open today, but you will be open.
We're open Friday and Saturday nights, and we have a special treat for all of our repeat customers. The clowns take over the slaughterhouse, and the lights go out in the hotel.
The clowns take over the slaughterhouse. That in itself is scary.
Boy, I tell you what.
And so, how was it this year? I know, like you said, you have kind of the same 4 attractions, but you switch it up each year. Were you excited about how are the numbers? Are people back in full force?
Well, I tell you, we did get a little under the weather. We had 4 weekends in a row with rain, which kind of slowed down the attendance, but it picked up after the rain quit. But we did have a nice reviews, and everybody loved the show, and we're very proud of what we've done with the show.
We always enjoy coming out here because I think it's, number one, I think it's the most beautiful patch of land. And also, you'll see coming up, guys, the attractions are crazy. So, again, if you didn't get a chance to do it, you'll get a chance to see it and then come check it out.
Just the employees alone are freaking me out. You know?
Right. I'm scared by the 2 people standing behind you. There's no way. I'm not cut out for that.
That's right.
Thanks,
all right, but if you are, and you want more information about getting out there, it's all on our website at your own risk, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Make sure you grab a jacket before you do head out tonight because it is going to be chilly. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we can see a warm up ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Baltimore's top prosecutor is frustrated with the state's current juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we'll take a look at how Ivan Bates plans to address the issue in this upcoming legislative session. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and I just want to put it out there. Anybody that stops by our house for candy tonight, it's all safe. I tried out a lot of the different flavors, 100 Grands, the Crunch, Three Musketeers, Milky Ways.
In other words, don't bother going to his house. Candy's gone.
The bowl is way down there.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
At Costco yesterday, I saw this big thing of raisins and handing out raisins. Flashbacks and post-traumatic stress disorder from me because my mom used to hand out raisins and everybody hated me because, your mom gives out raisins. So anyway.
Just give out toothbrushes.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Let's take a look outside. I got to get my teeth clean today before I eat all that candy. I can't wait to go to Caring Dental. Pop up that thing there. Where we go. Our Towson cam right now. Look at that. Actually looks a little bit prettier. We can see some clouds hanging around, but overall, our temperatures are on the chilly side. Definitely cooler than yesterday. Most of us in the 40s here for Cockeysville and Joppatown over to Bel Air at 45. 46 Brooklyn Park, 49 your number in Glen Burnie and Pasadena right now. So ghoulishly cool temperatures, terrifying temps, and tricks and treats this week. That is all what we have for you on our freaky forecast. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about some of those warmer numbers as we head toward the weekend coming up. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We are taking a look at our cameras. In one of these, I'm guessing is that the 51, there's an accident with two vehicles involved. And the southbound lanes are closed, and that's why you're seeing that backup there.
This morning, a city in crisis. We have an update to the recent triple shooting outside of Carver Vocational High School in Baltimore. Newly obtained charging documents show parents may have instigated the fight that led to shots fired Friday morning. Police say one of the 15-year-old boys and his parents drove from a house on Bradish Avenue to that school. Then they approached a group of young people. That's when police tell us the son pistol whipped another juvenile, then approached another 15-year-old boy who then pulled out a gun, which meant both 15-year-olds began shooting.
Juvenile violence is a trend that we've seen around this state this year, and many are frustrated by lawmakers who say current juvenile justice laws are leaving their hands tied. We've got Olivia Dance joining us with a look at how City State's Attorney Ivan Bates plans to address the ongoing issue during the 2024 legislative session. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, we know that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has complained about Maryland's current juvenile justice laws, and now he is encouraging citizens to call their lawmakers. Take a listen to what he said.
They're wreaking havoc in our neighborhood. Still our kids, though. But we have to be adults here in the room, and we have to hold them accountable. So I'm going to be asking something from all of you as well. I'm going to ask your help. If you believe in my legislative agenda and you believe that we need to do something with the juveniles, I'm going to ask you to sit down, whether it's write a letter, I'm going to make sure we get a bus, come down to Annapolis, and say that, speak. And the reason I say that is because people hear from me, but they also need to hear from you.
In 2024, Bates plans to ask lawmakers to tweak the current juvenile justice laws. He wants state's attorneys to have more of a say in handling juvenile offenders. Yesterday, Bates again raised concerns about juvenile crime, especially teens who are repeat offenders. He also raised concerns about a lack of programs within the Department of Juvenile Services and the importance of holding teens accountable.
I'm not saying we just need to lock them up, but what I am saying is we have to hold them accountable. And sometimes accountability may be that we sit you down and then we put you in a specific program.
In the past, Bates has said the current juvenile justice laws have good intentions, but unfortunately, kids have just taken advantage of them. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how lawmakers respond once he pleads his case in this upcoming legislative session. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:34, and we are learning new details in the wrongful termination lawsuit possibly involving the Baltimore County School Superintendent and other high-ranking officials.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Pepps explains, that case appears to be moving forward.
Thank you for joining us for our October press availability.
Dr. Miriam Rogers has been Baltimore County School Superintendent for 4 months. And for that entire time, A wrongful termination lawsuit has been hanging over the district, and unless a settlement is reached soon, that case will be going to trial.
I know that you can't talk about specifics of the lawsuit. I'm not asking you about specifics, but do you have any concerns about the outcome of that trial? And what message do you have for parents as it goes to trial?
I do not have any concerns, and my understanding from the Office of Law is there is no trial date that has been set. So thank you.
On April 13th, Shira Anderson filed this wrongful termination lawsuit against Baltimore County Public Schools. Anderson, the district's former chief human resource officer, claimed BCPS engaged in unlawful acts when her employment was terminated in December 2022. According to court documents, Anderson was fired after a series of disagreements with district leaders. But as chief human resource officer, Anderson only reported to 2 people. Both are mentioned in this lawsuit: former Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams and then Deputy Superintendent Miriam Yarbrough.
We look forward to sharing much more information in just a few weeks.
Who is now known as Superintendent Miriam Rogers. Project Baltimore has obtained court records offering new details about this case, including allegations of nepotism. In the documents, Anderson describes the alleged events leading up to her termination. In one instance, she recalls an employee in Montgomery County Public Schools who applied for a position in Baltimore County Schools. Anderson claims she received a request to increase the offered salary, which she denied, saying it was too high for the applicant's qualifications and improperly motivated by a family connection. Because that applicant, according to court documents, was Aiden Charlie, the sister of Mildred Charlie Green, who's the chief of staff for the current superintendent. 5 days after denying that salary increase for the chief of staff's sister, Anderson was placed on administrative leave for misconduct. 1 week later, her contract was terminated, she claims, without justification.
It is my intention to work together with you, the community, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
The lawsuit does not specifically state what role, if any, Yarbrough had in Anderson's alleged wrongful termination, but we may soon find out if this case goes to trial.
Congratulations on your appointment, Dr. Yarbrough.
Uncertainty surrounding BCPS superintendents is not new. Dr. Yarbrough is the 4th in the last 6 years. In 2017, Dr. Dallas Dance went to jail for lying on his financial disclosure forms. His replacement, Verlita White, was found to have violated ethics rules involving her finances. Darrell Williams only lasted 1 contract after a tumultuous 4 years. Now, a wrongful termination case looms over the school system. In July, we asked the school board chair about it.
Do you have any fears that as this lawsuit moves forward, that it could inhibit Dr. Yarbrough's ability to do her job as superintendent?
No, and I can't speak to a pending litigation, but I don't have any fears about the process, the results, the outcome, and affecting Dr. Yarbrough's further work in our system.
But many did, including former school board member Lily Rowe, who said the board should not have approved Yarbrough as superintendent until they knew more about her role in Anderson's alleged wrongful termination. Yarbrough was hired by the board weeks after the lawsuit was filed.
It's really hard to remove a superintendent. So I would think you would want to deliberate and make sure that you're sure before you hire one.
Anderson is seeking a jury trial, along with compensatory and punitive damages and other relief. BCPS is seeking a bench trial, meaning a judge would hear the evidence and make a decision. We'll be watching. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Anytime you see the FBI raid a site, that is obviously of deep concern.
Elected leaders speaking out following the FBI's raid of safe streets. Coming up in our next half hour, we pressed the mayor about the program's future.
Tonight is the night for trick-or-treating, but you're going to want to bundle up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how cold it could feel tonight. That's in his full forecast. 7:40, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:42, we're 18 minutes in front of 8 o'clock, and not a bad start here to your Halloween morning. Definitely some clouds left over from the rain that we had yesterday and especially last night. As you head out the door in your out the door cast jacket, and get the sunglasses, because even though it's cloudy now, we will have some more sun later today. No need for the umbrella, so we're dry for this Halloween. If you do want to get up for a run or a jog next couple of hours, temperatures on the cooler side with 40s and 50s.
Thousands of creepy crawly critters scurrying through the streets of Baltimore daily.
All right, so we're not talking Halloween
No.
specifically. In our 8 o'clock hour, how you can rat-proof your home this winter and keep out the unwanted guests.
Oh, the wrestling. Jury selection begins in the perjury portion of former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. How the outcome of this trial could impact her other charges. 7:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Jury selection begins today in the perjury portion of former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Mosby is accused of perjury related to COVID hardship funds in May of 2020. Joining us this morning to break down the legal steps in this trial, partner at EN Lawyers, Jeremy Eldridge. Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you.
Sure. This stems back Mosby requesting $40,000 from her 457B plan, checking a box that she has experienced adverse financial hardships because of COVID. That's what this portion is from. What is the worst outcome of this trial?
Well, the worst outcome for the U.S. Attorney's Office is that they lose this trial right before they head into the second trial. And so because these cases are inextricably linked, although they're being tried separately, you have to wonder that if Marilyn is victorious in this first trial, whether that impacts or influences the U.S. attorneys, either number one, how they proceed at the second trial, whether they offer her a better deal than she's been offered previously, or whether they decide to continue, although I think they will.
Well, Jeremy, you and I have talked about this. I mean, she was very adamant. She wanted to get it done quick. She had a great defense. She knew it was going to go on. Then it was postponed multiple years. Now it's even moved out of Baltimore City. It's in Greenbelt. The defense then, how do they defend against adverse financial hardships where she clicked the box and checked that box that she had been?
she's going to utilize the ambiguity of the statute. Because Congress rushed this statute into fruition, essentially, there really is a little ambiguity. And that's been discussed by Judge Grigsby thus far, whether it's a severe financial consequence. And what the court decided on was that it was going to be any financial hardship or consequence. The problem Marilyn Mosby faces is that she increased her salary during the same time, and the prosecution is going to introduce that evidence into trial. So it's going to be an uphill battle of Marilyn Mosby fighting against not only her own salary, but her own statements about her businesses not being functional.
Does it matter what she was requesting the money for? I mean, if she's in hardship, but yet she's buying vacation homes, does that play into it at all?
It 100% does, but the judge has limited the prosecution arguments in that realm as well. The U.S. Attorney's Office said, look, we don't want to do a Zillow-style presentation about how many bedrooms and how many fountains these houses had. Right. We'd rather just say, this is the value of the home, this is what the homes were used for, and spend more time saying, look, your real intention here was to rent the homes, which is not what you disclosed on the forms.
All right, and of course, move the trial. That was a good win then for her defense?
I think she thinks if it's not in Baltimore and it's in Greenbelt, it's a win. But being born and raised in PG County and they try the same cases up there as they do in Baltimore, I'm not so sure that it was the juice was worth the squeeze.
EN lawyer partner Jeremy Eldridge, thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, jury selection for Mosby trials begins today in Greenbelt. The trial itself is scheduled to start Thursday. Fox 45 News will be live at the courthouse throughout this trial and bring you any updates both on air and at foxbaltimore.com as this trial unfolds.
It is 7:49 now, and we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, looking outside from our Towson camera, we have some clouds out there, but the sun is now up, and we actually will see a little bit more sunshine as we head later into the day today, and our temperatures are definitely cooler. We can see those numbers on the right side of your screen. Officially at 48 in Towson, a little bit of a light wind, northwest about 8 to 10 miles an hour, so it feels like we're in the mid-40s. That's why you got to make sure those kids are bundled up as we head out to the bus stop now, and then later on for trick-or-treating. We'll talk about the trick-or-treat forecast in just a moment. Our HD radar still picking up to a few light showers, Salisbury out toward Ocean City and down into southern Maryland. That's about the only place where we have the best chance to see some rain as we head later into the afternoon and evening time. We're going to dry out. Our next weather maker bringing some snow to the Great Lakes region, and some of that could actually make a run at the western mountains of Maryland here as we get into the evening tonight and tomorrow morning. Great shot here from our leaf tracker as a lot of us are near peak or even right at the peak level, especially in western Maryland, but a lot of us are pretty close to it right here in central Maryland as those trees are looking good and the leaves definitely changing. So here's a look at your day planner. Next hour, out and about in Fells, we're in the upper 40s. Numbers as we take you through noon, still chilly in the lower 50s, so lunch outdoors, maybe. But as you get later into the afternoon, we'll get to the mid to upper 50s today. Definitely cooler than the upper 70s and lower 80s we had yesterday. And we're typically about 63 for the final day of October. Most of us in the low to mid and upper 50s across central Maryland. And up and down the 95 corridor, those 50s will continue as well. Now, trick-or-treaters tonight, getting out about 5, 6 o'clock. Our numbers will be in the lower 50s, drop into the upper 40s through 7 p.m. and mid 40s through the 8 o'clock hour. That sun goes to bed at 6:07 tonight. So just be aware of that here today. Not the rain that we saw last Halloween. This is early tomorrow morning. Look at some of the blue right there in the western mountains, or mountains of western Maryland, and even parts of southern Pennsylvania and northern Maryland, where we could see a few flakes flying here. But overall, we're drier and breezy for tomorrow. That wind is going to pick up as that drier air rolls in. Sweet Belgian Malinois. Look at that. This is Arlo from Samantha K in Annapolis. I think it's dressed as a dinosaur. So thank you, Samantha, for that great pet picture. Love all those great pet pics, those kid pics, all the fun that we're having around Halloween. And today and tomorrow and Thursday, a lot of 50s here with overnight lows in the 30s and 40s. Thursday morning will be the coldest by far, with freeze watches already posted for that day in the morning. 62, though, on Friday, and upper 60s Saturday and Sunday. The weekend looks great for the brand new weekend and the brand new month, and the Ravens game forecast also looking good on Sunday afternoon.
Plans to revitalize Harbor Place are revealed. We have a sneak peek of what it will look like as we question if this will be enough to keep people in the city amid the crime crisis.
Fox 45 News is wishing you a happy Halloween. In our 9 o'clock hour, the terrifying, tasty, spooky treats you can find at Need's Bakery.
Hopefully coffee is among them because I'm going to need some tonight to keep up with my kid trick-or-treating.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about baked goods, though. Baked goods in the morning, candy bars at night. Come on.
It's time for a coffee break. Trending now, Halloween is finally here.
And a fear of spooky things is something we enjoy, according to some health experts.
Dr. Susan Alber says fear affects the brain in many ways, including making people more focused and alert.
Yeah.
I'd rather just have coffee for that.
Fight or flight, right? But those who love scary things like Halloween ghost tours and scary movies, it can also release dopamine, which is a reward and pleasure transmitter in your brain.
That's interesting. Dr. Alber says scary things also help give us a sense of accomplishment for stepping out of our comfort zones safely.
Well, besides scary decorations and candy, Halloween is all about the costumes.
And this morning, we are seeing how some celebrities got into the spooky spirit.
Starting with a classic,
Oh.
Keke Palmer dressing up as the Bride of Frankenstein. She even took photos in sepia tone to make it look more like the late 1900s. That's a
She
great
looks
shot.
awesome.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian and her daughter North dressed up as Cher and Dion from Clueless. The mother-daughter duo looks great in their plaid sets. Very cute.
Christina Aguilera went big this year. We're not talking just about her hair either. She dressed up as the iconic Cher, complete with a microphone and leather jacket. Turning now to a local celebrity. Look at this. Patrice sent us these photos of her daughter Naomi dressed up just like Michael Jackson. Love that pose on the left.
Oh, she pulled it off. I mean, she gets up on her toes, and we had trunk or treat this weekend, and I had to pull out my vintage 1980s teenage years Thriller jacket.
How'd that go? Was it fun?
It could barely fit, and it was falling
looks great.
apart.
Yeah, it looks like the one he wore in the video, right? Like the red?
Yeah.
He's worn there. I like your security detail, too.
Dad is always security. That is his shirt for every year, security.
Love it. Great job, Naomi.
All right, well, tonight is the night for trick-or-treating, but you're going to want to bundle up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how cold it's going to feel tonight in his full forecast. 7:57, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Jury selection begins today for Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain her charges and also what we can expect from the next few weeks.
And we just obtained a search warrant from that FBI raid at a Safe Streets location. What city leaders are saying about this? Just ahead.
Our temperatures are definitely cooler this morning, and as we head toward the afternoon, we'll see just how cool they stay.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, October 31st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Temperatures a little frightening out there this morning.
And it's not going to be fun tonight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with that trick-or-treat forecast.
Yep, we're seeing those temperatures cooler tonight here again for the evening, but we are dry, so we do have that. In fact, a really pretty shot right now from the top of the Transamerica Building, Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Mix of clouds and sun out there. A freaky forecast, which will be ghoulishly cool, and those temps below average. Tricks and treats expected this week. So even though we've got some of those colder temperatures, really think you're going to like how the week wraps up and how we get into the weekend. Out and about cast next few hours, upper 40s and lower 50s, taking you outside even to the mid 50s later this afternoon. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll break down exactly how long these cooler temperatures stick around and just how much warmer we get into the weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Breaking overnight, Israeli Defense Force fighter jets continuing to target Hezbollah and Hamas-controlled targets.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in the Live Center with new reaction from the U.S. Tom.
Yeah, we begin taking you live right here. This is actually the Gaza Strip. You can just see in the background, there's actually plumes of smoke. This one just happened right before you guys tossed to me. So there's some still burning along the Gaza Strip here, where Prime Minister, though, in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, remains unrelenting against the terrorists attacking his people, rejecting calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. In fact, listen in.
Just as the United States would not agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11, Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas.
Just yesterday, Hamas releasing a video showing several women being abducted during the October 7th attacks, proposing a possible trade. Hamas snatched more than 200 people. We heard upwards of 230 that day. So far, only 4 have been released as thousands of others were murdered that day. Sadly, we know one German woman has also been killed. Still, some hope this morning as Israel Defense Forces make their first hostage rescue. IDF forces releasing this photo of Private Ori Megadesh. She's the woman right there in the white in the center of the photo, waking up with her family this morning after IDF forces rescued her from Hamas. Now, we want to take you to the White House here as the Biden administration preparing for the possibility of war and how it will expand. Also, how the possibility of war could expand into the Middle East. It's now making sure that the U.S. has adequate forces in the region. The Capitol, where House Republicans just unveiled a $14.3 billion aid package for Israel yesterday. But to pay for it, there needs to be cuts elsewhere, possibly from President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act that did nothing for inflation, which will likely turn off Democrats. The House Rules Committee is expected to take up this legislation tomorrow. Also breaking, we are also getting word, though, Iranian-backed forces here are also talking about what they are saying now. They attacked U.S. positions, allies 23 times. Remember, Friday, they reported there was 20 times in the past 2 weeks and 3 more attacks since then. Pentagon adding the U.S. military response will happen, quote, at a time and place of our choosing. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan Patrice.
Fox 45 is partnering with Magenta Vita Dome for Sinclair Cares Humanitarian Relief for Israel. The Red Cross affiliate is providing emergency medical aid for people in Israel. To help, you can scan the QR code on your screen or go to sinclaircares.com.
This morning, in a city in crisis, we are learning the FBI conducted 15 raids on Thursday connected to the Safe Streets program. But the details of those searches are still unclear. Now, Fox 45 News is questioning Mayor Brandon Scott about the program's future.
We've got Taylor Stewart joining us live with how city leaders are responding to the renewed accountability concerns and more on the FBI and what they recovered from that Bel Air location. Taylor.
That's right, Megan Patrice. We now have that search warrant for David Caldwell, who's the supervisor for the Bel Air Edison location that was just raided. It says federal investigators seized a magazine with 9 live rounds and drug packaging material. Yet very few on city council think it's time to shut this program down entirely. Mayor Brandon Scott staying mostly quiet here, only issuing a statement pledging to cooperate with federal investigators as it continues. And City Council President Nick Mosby saying this.
Very concerned and extremely troubling.
I think that there needs to be more transparency from the city about who these employees are, not just at this location, but at all of them, given what we're learning from the federal government about the possibility of illegal activity.
Well, you know, personnel matters happen.
The Safe Streets site is managed by LifeBridge Health. They're one of the nonprofits involved with this program. Now, they're confirming that 3 of their employees are on leave in wake of the federal probe. Take a look at the questions we sent over to LifeBridge. Is LifeBridge currently investigating other Safe Streets sites and employees? When did LifeBridge find out about the FBI investigation? And will LifeBridge commit to releasing the names of these employees? Now, LifeBridge telling Fox 45 News the names of those 3 employees who did work at that Bel Air Edison location will not be released. And we still have not heard a verbal response from Mayor Brandon Scott. We'll keep you updated as this investigation is really just getting started. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Today, jury selection begins nearly 2 years after former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby was federally indicted.
This comes after 3 delays and a successful request to move the trial out of Baltimore.
Olivia Dance live now with a look at what we can expect from Mosby's week in court. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that's right. Jury selection is starting this morning and is expected to take 2 days. So opening statements will likely begin on Thursday. Now, the trial will not be happening here at the federal courthouse in Baltimore. Instead, it will be at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt after Marilyn Mosby's team successfully sought a change of venue. Her team cites significant media coverage of Mosby and the trial proceedings and commissioned a survey that revealed 45% of city residents believe Mosby is somewhat or very corrupt, compared to just 26% over in Greenbelt. The former Baltimore City State's attorney is facing 4 federal charges, 2 for perjury and 2 for making false statements on a loan application. Prosecutors say she checked this box, claiming she suffered financial hardship from the COVID pandemic. They say she took out thousands of dollars from her city retirement account without having to pay a penalty. Prosecutors say she did not suffer any financial hardship because her salary actually increased in 2020. They say she used the money to pay for 2 vacation homes in Florida, and they also say that she lied on the mortgage applications for those homes and didn't disclose a tax lien on her home here in Baltimore. Now, there will be 2 trials on both sets of charges. The first trial will focus on these perjury charges. Mosby herself has said that she's innocent of all the charges. Take a listen.
I am innocent of the charges that have been levied against me, and I intend to fight with every ounce of energy within my being to prove my innocence and to clear my name.
Again, jury selection begins today with opening statements likely to start on Thursday. Prosecutors will likely need about 3 days for their case. The defense says it will need between 2 and 3 days, and court will not be in session on Friday, so trial could last into the 3rd week of November. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, has either side given any indication about who may be called as a witness?
No, Megan, so a witness list has not been made public yet, but based on previous court filings, it's possible that Mosby herself could take the stand at some point during trial. And of course, we'll have full coverage of this trial every day. You can get those updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Residents are frustrated with an uptick in juvenile violence across the state. Topping our next half hour, how lawmakers are planning to address the issue in 2024.
And our temperatures definitely cooler. In fact, 20s in western Maryland and low to mid 40s for us here at home. Just how ghoulishly cool will it be tonight for Halloween? The answer on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 8:12 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here on your Tuesday morning. Overall, we have the sun that is popping above the clouds right now toward the eastern shore after the rain rolled through yesterday and that cold front dropped our temperatures, even some lower 40s here. Frederick and Westminster right now, 43 in Cockeysville. We're in the 40s as well in Baltimore City at 46, currently 50 in Annapolis. So on your yard and gardening cast, yeah, definitely cooler if you're setting out some last minute decorations for the kids, getting ready for the trick-or-treaters tonight, with temps staying in the mid to upper 50s for the afternoon. So ghoulishly cool on Tuesday with creepy below average numbers. Sun is up until 6:07 tonight. We'll have your full trick-or-treat forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. The FBI conducting 15 raids connected to Safe Streets.
After the break, what it could mean for the program going forward.
And in our next half hour, Baltimore County public school officials are the target of a wrongful termination lawsuit. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live with new details on the investigation. It's 8:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. "15 FBI raids connected to the Safe Streets program. And while those details of the searches are still unclear, what we do know is that the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location has been inactive since Thursday's raid. We know 3 employees at that site have been placed on leave, and we know a supervisor now faces criminal charges after his home was raided. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on what happens now. Mari, good morning. How do these investigations typically play out? In your experience, what do we expect now?
Good morning, Megan. Well, first of all, if the FBI is involved and they've done search warrants, it's because they have a major case. I believe what we're going to find with Safe Streets is a criminal enterprise, totally corrupt, and all the things that Mayor Scott has been hiding for 2 years will come to light.
Let me ask you this, Mari. Right now, it's the Bel Air Edison site that is being looked into. Do you think, in your experience, is it typical that this would extend further? We know there's 10 sites around Baltimore City.
Yeah, if you got hardcore gang members, it's not going to stop with one guy. If you're selling drugs, it's not one guy. It's always,
something more.
Yeah, I mean, what they have here, like I said, is an enterprise.
So my question then goes to, were police aware of this? Were others understanding that there was this illegal activity from a gang happening possibly?
Well, we'll find out. It's very possible that, some decent cops gave the information to the FBI. Mm-hmm. But all that will, come to light. What we have here is a situation where taxpayer money is being paid to an organization that's told not to cooperate with the police. These Safe Streets workers, they know exactly who did the shooting on Brooklyn Day, but no one has pushed them to complain.
We're going to see if we get some answers here soon now with this FBI raid. Mari, thanks for weighing in.
Thanks, Megan.
Well, it's 8:19 now. We need to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers back in.
It is Halloween, Justin, and things looking pretty spooky out there.
Yeah, our temperatures are going to be definitely cooler. Already seeing cooler numbers here this morning. We got to the upper 70s and lower 80s yesterday afternoon, and now we are left with 40s in the wake of that cold front, at least for this morning. But the sun is up, and that is good news. The more sun we get, the nicer it will feel. So typically when we have those clouds kind of hanging around, that's when you get that really cold feeling. 46. Your temperature right now in Towson, but a little bit of a north wind making it feel like we're in the lower 40s at this time. We still have a few leftover showers down through Salisbury and Ocean City down the ocean and in southern Maryland, but that's really about the only chance of getting any rain later today, as this ridge of high pressure, you see it right there, that H is going to settle in and continue to kind of dry us out. We have a second reinforcing cold front that's coming in from the west tonight and into tomorrow, and that's really going to drop our temperatures. So the next couple of mornings will be quite a bit colder than where we are this morning. There's Hank the Bird ready for Halloween. Yeah, all right. 48 here next hour for Hank and his feathered friends. Lower 50s by noon and into the low to mid and even upper 50s for some of us throughout the region. So you can see 52 Westminster and Eldersburg, your high temps today. 52 as well in Reisterstown. Mid-50s, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, out through Perry Hall and White Marsh, and about 57 in Dundalk today. We're seeing numbers for you in Howard and Arundel counties in those low to mid-50s. Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, all the way down into the areas to the south in the Chesapeake Bay. Now, typically this day, Halloween in Baltimore, 60s and 40s. We've been as hot as 85 degrees. Now, remember, we were at 81 yesterday, so we can be warm or hot on this day. We can also get snow. We actually had about 1/10 of an inch of snow back in 1925, and it's been as cold as 25 degrees. So yes, it is going to be cooler tonight for sure. Notice those numbers as the kids head out in the 5 and 6 o'clock hour in the lower 50s, upper 40s through 7 p.m. and mid 40s into that 8 o'clock hour with the sun going to bed at 6:07 tonight. Here's our future scan. So there's the cold front passing through. Again, a few showers in southern Maryland today, but then early tomorrow morning may get a few snowflakes flying in some of our western mountains, and some of those could sneak over into southern Pennsylvania as well as northern Maryland, but not going to get any really kind of accumulation with that, just a few flakes that may be flying. Shout out to Lacey from Perry Hall. Lacey, all ready for Halloween. The kitty right there with a spider behind it and ready to go. So thank you for sending that picture in. Love these great pet pics. We'll shift to holiday pet pics now as we look forward after today. It's downhill into all those holidays toward the end of the year. A frosty start Thursday morning. We're talking about freeze watches and temps in the 20s and 30s. So 3 days in the 50s for highs. But then, guys, 62 Friday, upper 60s into Saturday and Sunday. Should be a very nice weekend, even for that Ravens game on Sunday.
That's good, Justin. Thank you.
But
City officials taking steps to curb ongoing car thefts. Coming up, where you can go today to get a free steering wheel lock.
We're Legends of the Fog, and we're in the Farewell Hotel now. It's called the Farewell Hotel, but coming up, we're going to find out why is it called the Farewell Hotel. We'll come.
Hold on.
825, corn maze gone criminal. Harford County has a frightening maze that you do not want to get lost in.
And we just saw Mark Clark disappear into a terrifying elevator. Let's see if he's okay. Mark.
Once again, I'm with one of our favorites, Patrick from Legends of the Fog. And Patrick, you have one of the most frightening experiences in the world. And so you wanted to talk to us about your people that work with you, though, your staff.
Absolutely. Legends of the Fog couldn't happen without our staff. We have 145 average per night to put this whole thing on, from tractor drivers all the way down to the actors.
145 people?
145 people to make this happen.
Wow.
And year-round, we have guys who work on this who also work on the farm. So we have our production team and our prop team and our build crew. So it's amazing to see what we can do with a whole year's time from season to season.
And so you pride yourself on having unique experiences here at
Yes.
Legends of the Fog. And actually, this is one of them.
That's right.
This is just like an elevator, though. What makes this so special?
This is a one-of-a-kind haunted elevator experience that you won't see anywhere else.
You said a haunted elevator
Haunted
experience.
elevator. Are you ready?
Yeah. I mean, what is this elevator? What could it really be?
I mean, doors closed.
Okay.
You got creepy monsters in here with you.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
And you just don't know what's going to happen when you get to the other side.
Hold on tight now. Wait a minute. Who's this guy? Kenny, who's this guy? Okay.
This way to your room.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I get it. I get what you're doing there, Patrick. Legends of the Fog. Hey, what's the hotel called?
The Farewell Hotel.
The Farewell Hotel. Farewell.
Not capital N-O-P-E all the way. Nope. For more information for you, Daredevils, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
He laughed.
Baltimore's top prosecutor is frustrated with the state's current juvenile justice laws. Coming up next, we'll take a look at how Ivan Bates plans to address the issue in this upcoming legislative session.
And the new superintendent of Baltimore County Schools is under scrutiny over a wrongful termination lawsuit. After the break, how officials are responding to those allegations. It is 8:27 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Tuesday, October 31st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Happy Halloween. There's two elements of it, the scary part and then the sugar aspect.
That's the part I like. I love chocolate.
Too. Yeah, definitely. My goodness. Favorite candy bar?
Kit Kats, and my mom's in town, and she brought me some.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, congratulations.
Yay.
She knows you best, right? Yeah, that's good.
Yours? Oh, yours is Milky Way, right?
Milky Way or Three Musketeers? I'm torn between the two, so I have a challenge. So I have both at home, which helps.
And they're going to make it to trick or treat tonight?
No, they're not getting those.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, you said you've been pretty good. You haven't touched the candy yet.
Not yet. But
today or not before
No,
today?
it'll happen tonight.
Okay.
We'll get about halfway through the bowl, and then we'll be like, all right, let's shut her down, and we'll bring the rest of the candy
There you
in.
go.
So, taking a look outside right now. I know, my wife's like, should we go buy like more candy? I'm like, no. That's it. We shut it down when we're done. All right, our downtown Baltimore camera, we have a few clouds out there. Really pretty shot here for you on your Tuesday morning with that sun that is through the clouds at this time. If you are out for a run or a jog, yeah, you'll notice it. Definitely cooler, upper 40s and lower 50s. So maybe an extra layer if you're heading out for your run or your jog. And check these numbers out. 57 today. We're actually going to be cooler tomorrow and Thursday with highs only in the mid 50s, even though we do stay dry this week. Now, we've got some nice conditions and temperatures that'll be warmer as we head into this upcoming weekend, the first weekend of the new month. We'll talk about that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Well, we are learning some new details in a wrongful termination lawsuit involving the Baltimore County School Superintendent and other high-ranking officials.
Project Baltimore's Chris Pabs joins us live this morning to talk about how that case appears to be moving forward. Chris.
Yeah, good morning. So this lawsuit was first filed earlier this year, just weeks before the school board, the Baltimore County School Board, voted to hire Superintendent Miriam Yarbrough to be the new superintendent, replacing Dr. Darrell Williams. Now, this gets a little bit muddy because in between then and now, Dr. Yarbrough changed her name. She is now Dr. Rogers. So that's just one of these things that we kind of have to work through as we try to explain this story, that this person now has a different name. But the school board hired her to be superintendent weeks after this lawsuit was filed. It was filed by the chief human resource officer in Baltimore County Schools, one of the highest positions in the entire county. The person only had two bosses. That would have been the superintendent, Dr. Darrell Williams, and the deputy superintendent, Dr. Miriam Yarbrough, who is now the superintendent, Dr. Rogers. And this person, Shira Anderson, is claiming she was wrongfully terminated. Well, there's really only two people that could have terminated her. She only had two bosses. One of them is now the superintendent. So we're following this story because this is significant. If it turns out that the current superintendent in a previous role, this was just 1 year ago when Anderson was fired, did engage in a wrongful or illegal termination, how would that affect her ability to do her job now as superintendent in a school system that we know is certainly on the decline? Baltimore County schools, graduation rates are lower, test scores are lower. I mean, this is a school system that's struggling. So we're going to be following this. It's important.
Well, where are we in this legal system? We know she's filed suit. Is there a trial set? I know she was hoping to get a jury trial.
Yeah, so the Miss Anderson has requested a jury trial. She wants to go before her peers. Baltimore County Schools has requested a bench trial, meaning that the judge would hear all the evidence and the judge would then make a decision on a ruling if it gets that far. Now, there's a hearing that is set for November 30th. We do plan, Project Baltimore does plan to be there. That is for a motion to dismiss. But the new documents that we have and the new information that we have says that there are allegations of nepotism here, where the chief of staff for the current superintendent's sister was applying for a job in Baltimore County Schools. It was requested that Anderson, as the chief human resource officer, give this person a pay increase. Anderson said, I'm not going to give the pay increase. The person is not qualified. Again, the chief of staff's sister. 5 days later, she was put on administrative leave, Anderson was, and shortly after that, she says her contract was terminated without reason. So you look at that in its entirety. I mean, you have the superintendent's chief of staff's sister wants a pay raise. Anderson denies it, and within a week, she's fired. I mean, there's you know, we don't know what happened here in terms of the current superintendent's role, but we know enough that it's in the public interest, and we should certainly keep looking, because Baltimore County Schools cannot have a leader, if it's true, mired in a wrongful termination lawsuit.
Chris Babs, thank you.
8:35, juvenile violence is a trend that we have seen all around the state this year. Many are frustrated by lawmakers who say current juvenile justice laws are leaving their hands tied.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with a look at how City State's Attorney Ivan Bates plans to address the ongoing issue during the 2024 legislative session. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, we know that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has complained about Maryland's current juvenile justice laws, and now he is encouraging citizens to call their lawmakers. Take a listen to what he said.
They're wreaking havoc in our neighborhood. Still our kids, though. But we have to be adults here in the room, and we have to hold them accountable. So I'm going to be asking something from all of you as well. I'm going to ask your help. If you believe in my legislative agenda, and you believe that we need to do something with the juveniles, I'm going to ask that you sit down, whether it's write a letter, I'm going to make sure we get a bus, come down to Annapolis, and say that, speak. And the reason I say that is because people hear from me, but they also need to hear from you.
In 2024, Bates plans to ask lawmakers to tweak the current juvenile justice laws. He wants state's attorneys to have more of a say in handling juvenile offenders. Yesterday, Bates again raised concerns about juvenile crime, especially teens who are repeat offenders. He also raised concerns about a lack of programs within the Department of Juvenile Services and the importance of holding teens accountable.
I'm not saying we just need to lock them up, but what I am saying is we have to hold them accountable. And sometimes accountability may be that we sit you down and then we put you in a specific program.
Now, in the past, Bates has said the current juvenile justice laws have good intentions, but unfortunately, kids have just taken advantage of them. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how lawmakers respond once Bates pleads his case in this upcoming legislative session. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore County Police are handing out steering wheel locks today in Essex. Coming up, why you may want to get your hands on one of these. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, and Shannon's got a thick jacket on because it's cooling down today after the weekend of unseasonably warm weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your trick-or-treat forecast. That's coming up, 8:38.
Happening now, the Baltimore County Police Department is holding another pop-up steering wheel lock event to try and help you prevent your car from being stolen.
And this comes as we've seen a massive spike in car thefts all around the region this year.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Stembridge Community Center in Essex, where the event just kicked off. Shannon.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this for months, Megan and Tom, the skyrocketing number of car thefts around the region, hence the need for these type of events. And this morning I am joined by Detective Corbin, who's here to talk about this. We've got the steering wheel lock here. Can you tell us a little bit about how these work?
Yeah, so not only are they a visual deterrent, but they're actually a physical deterrent. And I'm actually going to show you how easy it is to actually put one on.
Yeah, so we're going to give a little demonstration of just how easy it is. And while you're doing that, tell us who this is for. Who can come pick one up?
So this is for Hyundai owners. And as you see, you put one on, snap it in, lock it in place. And what it does is once this is actually in place, it prevents the actual theft from occurring. So when a criminal gets in, they're actually not able to turn the steering wheel fully to get out.
Just like that, and you did it really in just a matter of seconds there.
Absolutely.
Can you give us an idea of the scope of the problem here?
Yeah, so the scope of the problem is that because of the mechanism actually inside the vehicle, it allows to be accessed by criminals when they're stealing it. So with this, locks it in place, it prevents that, and also with the software update that they can get from Hyundai or Kia, that will also prevent and just add an extra layer.
And this is an issue, like I said, that we've been reporting on for months. Tell us how many more car thefts you're seeing this year. We originally reported in September it was a 175% increase, but you're actually saying it's more than that, right?
Yes, year to date right now we have a 189% increase in auto thefts.
Why do you think that is?
Again, just from the accessibility and the ability to steal these vehicles as quickly as possible.
How often are juveniles the ones committing these crimes?
Juveniles are actually the target area that we are seeing the most actually committing these crimes.
All right, and we will talk more on that in our next update coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Thank you so much for being with us and giving us this demonstration. And again, guys, if you want to come out and get one, this event goes until 1 p.m. this afternoon or until supplies last. So come out while they still have them. We're at the Stembridge Community Center here in Essex. We'll send it back over to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Jury selection begins today for the federal trial against former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby. Topping our next half hour, what we can expect from Mosby's week in court.
Rats run rampant. Coming up, we're going to find out how to keep rats away for the winter. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, off to the rat races. On a recent list by Orkin, Baltimore ranked 7th rattiest city in America, followed behind Philadelphia, San Francisco, Washington, D.C., New York, Los Angeles, and in the top spot, Chicago. Well, joining us this morning to talk about how you can rat-proof your house for winter, entomologist and technical services manager at Orkin, Ian Williams. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
First off, Baltimore, are you surprised where it fell in this list this year?
I'm not. Baltimore's a big city, an old city, and rats have been with us as long as settlers have been here in the U.S., so not surprised and unfortunate, right? We don't want them to be here, but not too surprised.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people that, not about the just the feces and the droppings that they leave behind, but it's what those drop-ins can lead to, especially with your health, because rats come inside all year round. Orkin says that, we knew that, but when it's colder out, do they come inside even more?
Yeah. So any type of rodent, small mammal, even birds, looking for places to get out of the cold in the winter. And so as we really start to get into these cooler temperatures that are starting to hit really across the U.S. Within the last couple of weeks, and certainly in Baltimore getting cool. That's what's going to drive some behavior changes, and it's also going to drive us to heat our homes a little bit differently. And when we do that, you get different airflows, different currents going, and those are all things that rodents can smell and look for when they're trying to figure out, well, where can I go that's safe? Where can I go that's going to be a little bit easier to survive than potentially outside in the cold?
So then, Ian, what's the top 3 things you tell your clients there when you're working at Orkin to do to help prevent rats from getting indoors?
Yeah, so really when we think about it, we want to start, before we even get to the structure, what are some things that could be attracting them? So things like your garbage, making sure they're inside lidded tins so that you don't have stuff laying around that could be attractive to them. Picking up dog food, cat food if you're doing that outside, those kind of things. So we don't have easy opportunities for them to even come close to the structure. Also, then when we look at some of the landscaping, or if you've got children and you've got toys and different things that are kind of cluttering up, those are all things that provide for harborage or areas for them to hide out and kind of sneak around undercover. And so getting that kind of cleaned up, getting landscaping pulled a little bit away from your home are all really great things too. And then the third thing we really look at is exclusion or sealing up the structure to try and make sure that they can't get in the first place. And it's really difficult with rats. They can get into an opening about the size of a quarter. If they can get their head through, the rest of their body's really soft, so they can squeeze through there. And so we really focus on, how can we seal up that structure to make sure that they can't get in.
Orkin right there, Ian Williams, thank you so much for just some of the tips. And I know that it's like you said, the size of a quarter. I remember a neighbor of ours had his house sealed up so the snakes couldn't get in. He said, yeah, it's about the same thing. So if rats are getting in, the snakes could follow them. So either way, you want to shut it all down. We appreciate your expertise, Ian.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I had a house in Canton where the rat bit through into the kitchen cabinet from the back patio in to get the dog treats. Yeah, you saw bite marks.
They all at them all the way through. Yeah.
Bite marks around the kitchen cabinet coming in from where the water came in.
You have a rat story. I know our meteorologist also has a rat story. Yours was, it was staying in the car, really. It was trying to get in your car.
But come to find out, upon further review, we did some research. It wasn't a rat. We think it was something else, like a wombat or something like that. Because it was way too big to be a rat that was hanging out.
Have you seen the rats? Wait a minute.
Look, guys, I have. And when we moved here, my wife's like, if
How
you
many
see
wombat stories do we hear about in Baltimore, though?
Anyway.
At least one.
When we moved here, my wife was like, hey, if you see something big and you think it's a cat, she's like, nope, it's a rat. So I was like, all right, there we go. Looking at our Toyota Inner Harbor sky, can we have the sun that is out there right now? Our freaky forecast, ghoulishly cool today with temps below average. And we do have tricks in terms of temperatures, but also some treats this week as well as areas. Harvey just kind of flies around. Our HD radar, we do have a few light showers still out toward the eastern shore. If we see any rain today, it'll be in southern Maryland because we have this ridge of high pressure that is settling in, keeping us dry. Already seeing more sunshine out there right now. The cold air with the snow and the Great Lakes, that's going to be the next reinforcing cold front. So that's going to really drop our temperatures starting tomorrow and especially into Thursday. So golfers out there hitting the links, yeah, definitely layer up. Upper 40s next hour, lower 50s through noontime and into the mid to upper upper 50s in the later part of the day today. And typically, we're in the lower 60s for this time of year. We made it to the lower 80s yesterday, but we've got 50s here for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville at 54 today, 57 Baltimore City, 53 your high today in Annapolis. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those temperatures mainly in the 50s and only upper 40s out in Cumberland. So typically this time of year, 62, 43, that's the average high and low. We've been as hot as 85 degrees back in the 40s. We've been as cold as 25. That happened in 1966, and we have had snow on Halloween. It was just about 1/10 of an inch, but that was the snowiest Halloween back in 1925. So for those ghouls and goblins out there trick-or-treating tonight, 5, 6 p.m., our temps in the lower 50s, upper 40s through 7 p.m., and into the mid-40s by 8 o'clock. Remember, that sun goes to bed at 6:07 tonight. Obviously, once that sun drops, we will see those temperatures drop as well. We'll keep those 50s around through Thursday. Thursday morning will be the coldest morning in months that we've seen around here, with freeze watches already posted. But we warm up nicely, 62 on Friday. And look what happens on Saturday and Sunday. Numbers right back to the mid to upper 60s. Should be great weather for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon. And again, don't forget to set your clocks back when you go to bed Saturday night.
Set them back. All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Incident in Columbia has been clear. Great news there. Look at how wide open the roads are here. This was US 29 southbound right at Shaker Drive. Any vehicles able to make it through there? No problems at all. In fact, there's really no delays. The biggest delay you're going to face, and it's because of volume, and that is 295, especially northbound and then towards D.C. Other than that, everyone's moving along just fine. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist and cruising around Towson, Beltway, heading towards Cockeysville there. So cruising along on the outer loop and looks beautiful. And in fact, when he comes around the curve here, you may be able to see some of the trees all lit up and all the fall foliage. Looks amazing out there right now. If you're heading out trick-or-treating tonight, you may want to bundle up how you can keep warm this frigid Halloween.
And trick-or-treat, more like just treats, please. Whip out the frosting for later. We're going to be icing and dicing in the kitchen here.
Yeah, icing and dicing in the kitchen, and then something that goes on with those kind of Halloween cupcakes that we have.
How about some coffee?
That'd be perfect. And it keeps us warm.
I like it.
Just don't give it to the kids. They're going to get a lot of sugar.
Let's take a coffee.
8:57 and topping your morning business report. Social media platform X is now worth less than half of what Elon Musk paid for it just last year. It's now valued at $19 billion, which is a steep drop from the $44 billion price tag that Musk bought it. Since the purchase, more than 80% of the company's employees have either quit or been laid off. Majority were laid off, and app downloads and advertising revenue have fallen significantly. Musk has previously acknowledged he overpaid for the platform, but remains optimistic about its future.
And speaking of the social media giant, love could soon be in the air for all X users. According to a report, billionaire Elon Musk wants to turn the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, into a dating app now. During a company meeting celebrating the one-year anniversary, Musk reportedly stated he has plans to make X a fully fledged dating site in 2024. What a turnaround. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I'm going to tell you about something that you need, but you may not even realize you need it. Compression socks. I travel a lot, and so I keep these in all of my carry-on bags, so I have them at all times. They really are helpful for just maintain your overall health, because the heart is working so hard to pump blood throughout your body, and when it goes down to your feet, that's easy. But it's getting it to come back up because it's working against gravity. That is the challenge, and that's where these compression socks come in handy. Dr. Segal, a doctor of course, created these, and so he just put a lot of extra care and thought into these. They're antimicrobial, they have silver ion, and they have this extra cushioning. I just got these, and I really like the purple, the lavender, because that's my favorite color. But the other thing is they're compression, but they also are really good stretchy, so it's not that compression that's painful. These are at such a great deal. You could buy one and give them to anybody in your family or even some of your friends. You're getting up to 20% off of Dr. Segal's compression socks. He really did put a lot of thought into these, so you want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It's 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
Temperatures are cooler today, and they will be as we head into trick-or-treating. We'll have that forecast for you and all the kids coming up.
I have done nothing wrong. I will fight these charges with everything I have in me.
Marilyn Mosby has made an obstacle of every part of this trial.
Jury selection begins today for Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain her charges and what we can expect from the next few weeks.
I think the public should trust and know, just like they trust our police officers, that these lifesavers are out there doing their work.
Fox 45 News now has the search warrant for the FBI raid and the man at the center of it. We'll tell you what's inside of it just ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are taking a live look across the Maryland region here this morning on this Halloween morning. A live look over the Inner Harbor. We've got Ocean City pulled up, our Len Stoller traffic camera there. And if you look right in the middle of your screen, you can see our Weather Authority HD radar tracking not a lot of weather moving through, but some pretty tricky temperatures and cold temperatures for the trick-or-treaters getting ready for tonight.
You know, I don't even mind that it's going to be a little cooler because if you remember last year, it was a rainy, miserable mess. And even Naomi was like, I'm ready. I'm ready to go back home.
You got lucky. My girl stayed out the whole 2 hours last year, the whole time.
We didn't make it that long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. And so there's the silver lining.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I was talking about all morning. Those temperatures a little bit on the cooler side for sure later this evening. Taking a look outside right now, we do have that sun that is up, the flag flapping around a little bit there in the Towson Courthouse. So still a bit breezy kind of behind that front. Lower 40s, Eldersburg and Cockeysville over to Bel Air at 42, 45 Joppatown, Essex and Middle River. We're at 48 in Baltimore City right now. So about 10 to 12 degrees colder than where we were, even 15 degrees colder in Eldersburg this morning than just 24 hours ago. On your out and about cast, numbers stay in the 40s and 50s for the next few hours. We will see highs that will get to the mid to upper 50s for this afternoon. So a little ghoulishly cool with creepy below average numbers for your high temps. Sundown at 6:07 tonight, so you can start planning for that trick-or-treating outing. Have your full forecast coming up and weather for the weekend, which I think you're going to like.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Antony Blinken are on Capitol Hill making the case for a $105 billion aid package proposed by the White House.
Christine Frizzell is live on Capitol Hill with why their pleas are already being met with some resistance. Christine.
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. This is a proposal released by the White House, which includes more than $60 billion for Ukraine, $14.3 billion for Israel, $2 billion for Taiwan, and more than $6 billion for the southern border. This is something that both Democrats and many Republicans in the Senate support. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell just yesterday said that Ukraine aid is desperately needed because if Russia prevails, Putin will seek to take over more land, including potentially NATO member states, which raises the threat the United States would be drawn into a future conflict. House Republicans have been vocal, though, in their opposition for more aid to Ukraine, since many argue there's no way for that money to be tracked. And in fact, in his first act as Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson has pushed a solo Israel aid package in the same amount the White House asked for, $14.3 billion, but would take that same amount away from the IRS. That IRS funding, by the way, is for more resources and agents to go after those tax evaders and is predicted to bring in far more revenue and actually decrease deficits. Democrats in the Senate call the House bill, quote, dead on arrival, but we expect to see a big debate in the coming days.
Yeah, as we watch that, we know also today the U.S. Supreme Court hearing arguments in two cases related to the First Amendment and social media. Christine, what's the main argument here?
Yeah, these focus on the question of the rights of public officials to maintain private social media accounts versus the rights of their constituents to post on those accounts. One case looks at two Southern California school board members who blocked parents who criticized them on personal Facebook and Twitter accounts. A lower court said in doing so, they violated the First Amendment. Another case also before the High Court today looks at whether the city manager in Port Huron, Michigan, can block a constituent on his personal Facebook page. He says it was created at home, maintained at home, and is largely photos of his family. The constituent says he was also sharing his thoughts on city policy, and he, as a resident, deserved access to it. The rulings on these two cases could have widespread implications for who the Supreme Court decides has the greater First Amendment rights here.
That's pretty interesting. All right, Christine, thank you.
While the creepy, scary Halloween holiday is tonight, police are reminding everyone to remain vigilant, especially as the sun drops.
Tom Rogers is in our live center now with the increased calls for crime and violent crime that spikes every October 31st. That's sad to hear.
It is, and believe it or not, there's a lot of research on this because police departments all across the U.S. are warning parents about watching their children as they're crossing the street or running through yards, but they're also reminding parents and homeowners, make sure you lock your doors and check the back door too if they head out with the kids, and make sure those parents stay vigilant when out driving. A St. Joe's University study found there are 17% more crime-related claims on Halloween. A professor from Northeastern University says violent crimes increase as much as 50% on Halloween, which is 2 times the daily average. Psychologists think the reason behind this is that behind the masks, you're hidden behind them, and open the back door opportunity. So if you're giving the little kids some candy out front, the dog's there with you, they're sneaking in the back door, taking things from your house. Is the fact that it's also supposed to be a scary night, the marketing points to doing tricks. Dr. Jim Bodel, professor at St. Joe's, goes on to suggest the idea that Halloween is thought of as a trash night. People think it's all right to do property crime, mischief. And the event has strangers walking through your yard, parking in your driveway, making it easier to steal your property or just head into your open garage. Dr. Bodel says he found that also college students drink more on Halloween night than any other night, suggesting the mask costumes allow them the feeling of being in another character and allowing them to let down their guard, citing a different personality. Also, most holidays, they are among families. Halloween is during the college school year. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration claims 40% of car accident fatalities on Halloween night are due to drinking and driving, opposed to the average of just 29%. Scary statistics behind the ever-growing holiday celebrations. That's the latest from our live center. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
All very interesting. Thank you, Tom. This morning in a city in crisis, we are learning that the FBI conducted 15 raids Thursday connected to the Safe Streets program, but the details of those searches are still unclear. Since the raid, though, the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location is now inactive. 3 employees at that site have been placed on leave, and a supervisor is facing criminal charges after his home was raided. This comes as Fox 45 News continues to demand transparency surrounding the program.
Now, Fox 45 News is questioning Mayor Brandon Scott about the program's future. We have Taylor Stewart joining us live with how city leaders are responding to renewed accountability concerns and more on what the FBI recovered from the violence intervention program's Bel Air Edison location. Taylor.
Well, that's right. We actually just obtained the search warrant for the supervisor, David Caldwell. He is leading that Bel Air Edison location that's now shut down. It says that federal investigators seized a magazine with 9 live rounds, drug trafficking material, and a few city leaders don't seem to think that it's time to shut this program down entirely. Mayor Scott saying mostly quiet here, but only issuing a statement pledging to cooperate with federal investigators as this investigation continues. City Council President Nick Mosby saying this.
Very concerned and extremely troubling.
I think that there needs to be more transparency from the city about who these employees are, not just at this location, but at all of them, given what we're learning from the federal government about the possibility of illegal activity.
Well, you know, personnel matters happen.
The Safe Streets site's managed by LifeBridge Health, and LifeBridge confirms that 3 of their employees are on leave in wake of this federal probe. Take a look at the questions we sent over to LifeBridge. Are they currently investigating other Safe Streets sites and employees? When did LifeBridge find out about this FBI investigation? And will LifeBridge commit to releasing the names of those employees? Now, LifeBridge only telling Fox 45 News that the names of the 3 employees who worked at the Bel Air Edison location will not be released. Verbal comment from the mayor, we've not heard one, and he's not responding to our questions either. We're going to have to keep following this and keep you updated, as we know that those raids just got started, and we'll keep you updated. Back to you.
Today, jury selection begins nearly 2 years after former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby was federally indicted. This comes after 3 delays and a successful request to move the trial out of Baltimore. Olivia Dance is live with a look at what we can expect from Mosby's week in court. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, that's right. Jury selection is starting at 9:30 this morning and is expected to take 2 days. So opening statements will likely begin on Thursday, but the trial will not happen here at the federal courthouse in Baltimore. Instead, it will be at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt after Marilyn Mosby's team successfully sought a change of venue. Her team cites significant media coverage of Mosby and the trial proceedings and commissioned a survey that revealed 45% of city residents believe Mosby is somewhat or very corrupt, compared to just 26% over in Greenbelt. If you remember, the former Baltimore City State's attorney is facing 4 federal charges, 2 for perjury and 2 for making false statements on a loan application. Prosecutors say she checked this box, claiming she suffered financial hardship from the COVID pandemic. They say she took out thousands of dollars from her city retirement account without having to pay a penalty. Prosecutors say she did not suffer any financial hardship because her salary actually increased in 2020. They say she used the money to pay for 2 vacation homes in Florida. And they also say she lied on the mortgage applications for those homes and didn't disclose a tax lien on her home here in Baltimore. Now, there will be 2 trials on both sets of charges. The first trial will focus on those perjury charges. Marilyn Mosby herself has said that she's innocent of all the charges. Take a listen.
I am innocent of the charges that have been levied against me, and I intend to fight with every ounce of energy within my being to prove my innocence and to clear my name.
Again, jury selection begins today with opening statements likely to start on Thursday. Prosecutors will likely need about 3 days for their case, and the defense says it will need between 2 and 3 days. Now, court will not be in session on Friday, so the trial could last into the 3rd week of November. Back to you.
Olivia, do we know, have we heard from either side about who they might be calling for witnesses?
No, Patrice, so a witness list has not been made public yet, but based on previous court filings, it's possible that Mosby herself could take the stand at some point during this trial. Of course, we'll have complete coverage of this trial every day, and you can get those updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Baltimore County Police are handing out free steering wheel locks today in Essex. How you can get your hands on one of these and why you may need one, that's all coming up.
After the break, we are talking frightening finances. A financial expert shares more about how you can properly prepare for retirement without having to fear about the future.
And before we head to break, let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. The incident in Columbia has cleared. Some good news. This is US 29 South at Shaker Drive. Cars able to make their way through that region without issue. Much better there. 9:12 now. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:15). Today might be Halloween, so everything feels a bit more spooky. But here to ease our fear about one aspect of life, partner and financial planner at Heritage Financial Consultants, John McCarthy, is here to talk about proper retirement planning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, and happy Halloween.
A happy Halloween, hopefully happy retirement, but you got to plan for that. And that is, it's daunting for people to think about how much they'll need, how much they need to put aside to get to that point. What do you tell people about how to get started?
Yeah, I think the key to everything is budget planning, right? The key is most people don't know where all their money's going and how they're spending it. And until they have a grasp of that, it's very hard for them to save. So the starting point is really looking at that. And the one thing I always tell people is start with saving a reserve fund, something that's on a rainy day that you can lean into, because that really allows you to stay consistent on your savings plan. And then from there, really building, looking at things like, buying your first car, your first home, or things like that, where you can really set aside money for that goal over time. And then obviously the key is retirement planning, right? So, the sooner you start there, the better. And, understanding what your discretionary cash flow is to save is the most important thing. So I think, really looking at your budget, and I'll tell you, a lot of people don't do a great job of this. They spend, money comes in, it goes out, but they're not really aware where it's all going. And I think a much better...
Yeah, I was going to say, when you do stop and take a look, sometimes you're amazed at how much is going to a particular thing. Maybe you eat out a lot more than you thought you did. But some of that advice is for people if you're starting out. But what if you're far along into the game, haven't done what you should have done for all the years, and now you're inching closer to retirement thinking, oh, I've really messed this up for myself. How do I ever make that up? What do you do?
Right. And a great point you just made earlier, about knowing where it's all going and how you can cut back and really start to accelerate savings. But, the time is really to act now. Don't hesitate. Don't wait. I think a lot of people, are worried about this. They're scared about this. They put it off. They don't pay attention to it. The sooner you start, the better. Something just as the power of compounding, if someone, and this is interesting, if you put $100 a month away at 25 and just did that till you're 35, you'll have more money saved than someone who starts at 35 and goes all the way to 65. Wow. It's really, really amazing, that power of compounding. So, and also, like, if someone set aside $5,000 a year, at 25 to 65, they'll have over $1.1 million at that point. So the sooner you start, the better the chances are that you'll get to your retirement goals. And I think one of the things that really holds people back is that they don't force save. They don't automate their savings. Mm-hmm. They let themselves decide when they want to save, and that is the key.
Okay.
Everyone has a retirement plan. You should be saving into that plan as soon as you can.
And John, if they have more questions, they should come see people like you because, again, we might be going down the wrong road. Thank you so much for those tips this morning. We appreciate it.
That was great having me. Thank you, and happy Halloween, everyone.
Retirement shouldn't be scary. That's to be celebrated. 9:18. It's time to get a check of our forecast.
We're looking over at, what are we looking? We're looking over Towson. Is that Towson right there?
Yep, I see Towson on the bottom, and then the top.
In Harbor, at the top.
Camden Yards is what I think.
All right.
Right?
Well, there you go. It looks beautiful now. No rain.
No.
Chilly temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Dun, dun, dun. How's the trick-or-treating forecast, Justin?
It's pretty good. Yeah, we're looking at that.
Are you going to jump in there? I'm scared of what's about to happen.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I thought there was another story that you guys were reading before me, so I was waiting on that. Live cam right now, looking outside. You are seeing the stadium's looking pretty good. A few high, thin clouds that are hanging around. Of course, the Ravens there at M&T Bank Stadium, they will be there on Sunday. Back home for 3 consecutive games. Should be great weather for that game on Sunday afternoon. We're at 48 right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Notice that dew point at 33 degrees, so there's still some moisture left over from the cold front that passed through yesterday and the rain that we saw last night, even early this morning, even a few light showers right now in the eastern shore down through Salisbury and Ocean City. So if you are headed that way or if you got friends or family there, southern Maryland is where we will have the potential of a couple of those light showers left over here. We are tracking some snow coming out of the Great Lakes. That area of low pressure and the reinforcing cold front will be moving in and dropping our temperatures significantly, especially in the overnight hours for the next couple of days. So overall, on your leaf tracker, most of us are getting close to, if not already past the peak, especially in western Maryland. Some really good colors here and fall colors along central Maryland as well as we are looking out at that. Loving seeing those trees changing. Right at 50 here next hour in Reisterstown. And numbers by that 2 and 3 o'clock hour in the mid to upper 50s. We'll see a few clouds around today. 4 or 5 p.m., we're still going to be hanging out in the 50s. So definitely cooler than the 70s and 80s we saw yesterday. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, low to mid 50s. Westminster, Eldersburg, over to Reisterstown, 54 in Perry Hall and White Marsh and Cockeysville. Numbers for you in Hartford and Cecil counties in the low to mid 50s. Bel Air and Aberdeen up in the northeast and Elkton at 53. And overall on your trick or treat cast for tonight, 5, 6 p.m., temperatures will be in the lower 50s. So you want to make sure to get those kids bundled up. Upper 40s by 7 into the mid 40s through the 8 o'clock hour with that sun going down at 6:07. Not the rain that we had last year. We are going to stay mainly dry. You can see that here in our future scan. Now, early tomorrow morning, some of the indications are that we could see some snow in parts of western Maryland and just north of us in parts of central PA. That's that system coming out of the Great Lakes. And maybe a flake or two flying right along the Mason-Dixon. But overall, tomorrow afternoon, sunny and breezy. Thursday will be the coldest morning by far in months that we've had, and we have widespread freeze watch watches for that. So that'll be an end of the growing season for a lot of us. Shout out to Lacey, who's ready for Halloween, the cat underneath the spider right there in Perry Hall. Appreciate getting that pet pic to me. And we always love getting your pet pics. Of course, the Halloween pet pics have been very popular. Holiday pet pics is what I want now as we look forward into, obviously, Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's, all the fun stuff. Thanksgiving coming up as well. There's that 7-day 50s here into the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday time frame. Lower 60s here on Friday, and then we'll be in the mid to upper 60s as we head into the weekend. Again, we look pretty good for that Ravens game Sunday, as well as the time change coming up. We'll be right back.
If we should let our gracious guests know if we're not able to do this. Sure. Okay. This kind of, you can't really tell in this shot.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let me get back into our SPG. I'm in the Weather Center because everyone's talking in there, so. Where is that email? Who was it under? Remember who sent it? Because if somebody texts, Ben sent it. Who was the last person to respond? That's how my email shows up. Ben Ott. Fall foliage. Segal. Okay, here we go. Got it. All right, so just the 4 tags? Yep. All right, let me know when you're rolling. All right, in 3, 2. Tom Rogers, Fox 45 News. 3, 2. Tom Rogers, 7 News. 3, 2. Tom Rogers, 7 News. 3, 2. For the National Desk, I'm Tom Rogers. 3, 2. Tom Rogers reporting. One more. 3, 2. I'm Tom Rogers reporting. Yep.
All right, in 3, this is the Fox 45 SIG out. 3, 2. Patrice Sanders, Fox 45 News. WJLA SIG out. Patrice Sanders, 7 News. National Desk SIG out. For the National Desk, I'm Patrice Sanders. Generic. I'm Patrice Sanders reporting. You're welcome.